Hey gang. We are back with a surprise stream. Hi Annie. Let's do my usual little mic check. Yep, I am not muted. Hi Annie, well done for beating the Ender Dragon. Go to bed, yeah. Mic is good. I think we sorted it before. My computer deciding to mute my mic or reduce the volume of it. But yeah, we're back in City Skylines. You got an elytra. Let's go. Let's go. We're doing some City Skylines because I missed yesterday's stream because I wasn't feeling great. So we're just going to do a little cozy, chilled city building thing today. I have been and built another little cul-de-sac area off camera. So we're just going to finish that off. And I thought, you know what, I should probably stream. I should probably make up for yesterday. And stream what I'm doing. But yay, I liked it. Let's go. You've done it all today. First your mace and then beating the End Dragon and stuff. You must be pretty far to completing all the stuff. Let's get rid of all the snappings except for that one. And a little connection there. Luckily I've been in this run whilst I've been playing on it, and we are meeting most of our productions, but this is where we need to get some more chickens involved and get some more oil, which again off camera I went and put in some oil industry. Just to try and make the city a bit more profitable, which it is. Because it was frustrating me a bit where we were having not very much profit. But once I've done this, I might show you all the things I've done. Do this boring bit first. I was thinking about streaming this morning, but we had somebody chopping down a tree in our back garden, which, if anybody was watching any stream earlier, may have heard the faint sounds of chainsaws coming from my mic when I was doing Minecraft.
A rapturous riot of flavour, succulent filling, creamy sauce. All wrapped up in the flakiest of flaky pastries in one or both hands.
Hi Kitty, thank you for claiming your daily sausage roll. We just listened to that song. Did you want to listen to it again? Is that what's going on? But hey Kitty, how are you doing? How's your bank holiday been? I'm good, thank you very much. Surprise little stream to make up for missing yesterday when I wasn't feeling great. I want to. It's also making it up to myself because I don't want to get into the point where I, for whatever reason, don't stream enough for myself. Because I feel like I might just give up then. The whole point is doing something. It is scary. And keep going, keep on trucking. But yeah, yesterday I felt really down yesterday. I kind of like had a rubbish sleep, and those times you just wake up and go, ugh, do I have to person today? But luckily, it's a bank holiday, so we get the extra day in order to have a little bit of fun times. Kitty doesn't miss out on her daily sausage roll. Please order it with one or both hands. Is this some kind of thing where she discusses the song? It's quite funny. It's not actually the song, it's yeah, you're well in the league, Kitty. I'm pretty sure you've been here every single time to get your sausage roll. Lee is a fake friend in terms of getting the daily sausage rolls. I think Lee's done a lot more for me than necessarily remembering to clean the sausage rolls. Maybe Lee doesn't like. I suppose Lee probably doesn't like sausage rolls.
A rapturous riot of flavour, succulent filling, creamy sauce, all wrapped up in the flakiest of flaky pastries in one or both hands.
Thank you for claiming your daily sausage roll, Annie. Please enjoy it before you go to sleep. Lovely midnight snack as it is in Australia. Can't lose to Lee. Damn straight. Those trans girls have got to definitely get our sausage rolls in. Right, so I think, ooh, that's not quite, I was about to say I think that's all the pasta, and it's not because there's some here. So those are all the little paths in between these houses, which I have to go in order to control the zoning, and there's another lot here. And then we're going to put some trees in between. If you lustily delete your Twitch, that would be valid. There isn't actually necessarily going to be an end point for the daily sausage rolls, so it's an ongoing thing. So who knows how long you're going to have to try and beat Lee for. But yeah. Right, so if we grab our tree brush, we can pop in a bunch of trees. Make sure that's off. Make sure that's off. And we can do that. We need to get them all different sizes. Paint a bunch of trees in. Let's get the strength up. Let's get the size down a little bit. My cam deciding to break annoyingly. I thought I'd fixed you the other day. Right, we may have to switch to the other one. You cut your finger open yesterday, not that. Not that kitty. Yeah, I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? What a rubbish camera. Yee. Giant cat on the screen. I'm very annoyed because my Elgato face cam is being silly. And that's upsetting me. So we may have to just go with this one. Just knock the light down a little bit so I'm not so bright. But at least I have a working camera. Tilty bit. Yeah, a working camera is always nice. Luckily I have two cameras plugged into my computer. The other one hot. It's a bit warm, but I'm not sure why it's decided to start turning off. Right, so we were doing this. You might have cut your finger open yesterday. Well, I presume that is a might have in terms of you know that you cut it open. And you're pretending like you didn't. And let's put in some pine trees in our little brushing. Just increase the density of them on this side where this highway comes in over here. Over here as well, maybe. birch trees, maybe just a few will pop in. Just to fill in the gaps between all these buildings. So there we go, that's kind of a continuation of our other section that we had before. Nice little suburban area sneaking in between all these areas. And then we can go and have a look around, because I got to put some more oil in. So we had this area over here last time, which is the mining area. So we've got ore mining and coal mining, and then this had a cargo train terminal put in, a little train station for the employees to get there. So I snuck in a train line that joined off of that up here, following this highway, and then up to our industrial area. I added another cargo train terminal up here. And there's a train that goes backwards and forwards between those two. And then up here, through the clouds, we've got this oil area, where we are getting all of our oil from the moment. But also we now have a geothermal plant, which is doing our electricity for our city. Which is nice, because before we weren't generating any electricity, and now we're generating too much. I think that's just helped our city's money situation out. We need more oil, so there's a little tiny bit more there, and then a little tiny bit more on that side. So if we come and see if we can grab another tile perhaps there, we can sneak another oil thing. I'll just expand these ones out potentially. But just do that for the minute, I think. We will extend these ones out into this area. I think it's the most sensible. It kind of extends out through that little gap there, just because I wanted to keep it neat. So I just need to use a little bit of anarchy in order to extend that up and out. Do that, and then do that. So we've just expanded those ones, and then this one can probably be expanded up here. You're watching from bed now, I love that, Annie. We like it when you get all cozy. No, we could just do this where the power lines go through, and then we just live with it because we have anarchy and we don't necessarily care. Why have you decided to spawn in there and then apparently have traffic, no car access? It's very silly of you. Has that done anything for our oil? It has. We're now in a surplus, which is lovely. And then we got a little bit of deficit of the chickens. It is very early for you, Annie. I'm kind of proud of you. Honestly, I'm kind of proud. I'm kind of loving that. Nice early night for some beauty sleep. And Hi alien zombie, welcome back in. Welcome to this sneaky little Monday stream, which I don't normally do, but it is a bank holiday and I didn't stream on Sunday, so we are doing Cities 2 again, just chilling. I hope you are well. Just pop in a little bit more industry to try and meet this production deficit that we have. In couch mode, I love that. I love couch mode. We love getting comfy and just watching a little bit of Twitch. We love that. There's a couple more little farms which we will detail them up at some point. Put some hedges and trees and stuff around them. And the deficit's going up when I'm putting things in, which is surprising. So if we zip the game a little bit, see if that goes down. No, if anything, it's just going up. And then back down again, and then back up again, back down again. Love their chickens. You were going to play some CS2, but you saw I was streaming and you were here. Well, I'm happy that you come along. Obviously, if you want to play cities, you should definitely play cities. But that's exactly my thinking, in the fact that I was going to play cities this afternoon and I thought I should probably just stream. That never used to happen in the game. No, it's weird. I am confused by it. Play it later on. We love that. Love to see it. Have you got a city you're building at the minute, my dear? Production burning on. So it's gone to 7 now. San Francisco map. Love it. Okay, that's gone up even more. Does the game understand what I'm doing? Because I'm putting farms in and it's going up. These are operating above efficiency. So it's not like they're struggling. It's just, this deficit is just going upwards and it's supposed to be going downwards. Like, that number keeps going up and down. I don't know whether that's simply what it is. There's nothing wrong anywhere else, is there? grain. It's very confusing. They're all happy. How odd. Oh, it's finally going down. Nope, it's not going down. It's going back up again. How strange. Oh, no, it's gone. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I think we finally got it right. It's bouncing around a lot. Which is very strange. I think it's finally at a level where it's fine. Yeah, it looks odd. I'm very confused by why it's bouncing around so much. Because obviously if we slow it down, it should bounce around slower, you would presume. But no, it's like the industries are kind of changing the demand that they want, which is odd, because it's not like things are happening. Ooh, what's happening here? Something is stopping hearses, I think, which must be this traffic here. We have a lot of hearses. So is something stopping the hearses getting into the town properly? Right, is this crash blocking the highway? We've got 17 out of 20 of our hearses out and about. And they're just struggling to get into this area. Because of this, we ideally need some kind of secondary entrance into this area. On a kind of little local road or something, but that's not necessarily what the design is like. Obviously they can get up here and then come down this way, but it might just be that it's taking them longer. Let's just speed it up a little bit. That's cleared up now anyway, so hopefully it will speed along a bit more. You can see how many hearses are now going out. Interesting. Yeah, they're all going up this way now. Are they going to turn right to come into here? They are. And down into here. Yeah. So normally they would come up here like this one's doing and go up here into Harbour Wharf. But because there was an accident there, it's just meant that they've all slowed down. So I imagine that's going to fix itself. And again, it's probably a bit annoying that like the only entrance into Harbour Wharf is this properly. or going all the way up here and down here. Having a little bridge or something along here would probably make sense. I'll have to have a think about whether I like that idea. Slow it down a little bit. Now that we know what that issue was. How is our ground pollution looking? Ooh, it's going away. It used to be all bright red here. So possibly getting into the point where we can put in our high-rise residential. I was having a think earlier, and this is all very gritty, and I'm tempted to put in some diagonals just to try and break this up a bit. I definitely don't want you coming in here, please. Thank you very much. This is kind of crazy. But I just kind of wanted something a little bit different to the main grid that we've had. I'm not really thinking about which way these roads are going. Keep getting industry popping up. And we get this to be a 90. Like that, but then we can have our high density residential pop up in there. Which it might still be too polluted for them, which is why it's not immediately popped in, because we have massive demand. A little something just to break up that. Obviously that's not going to come in just yet either. I think when we see these pop in, we'll know that the city is healing. See, definitely that one is happy to go in. It's clearly a lot more pleasant to live over here. You like what I've done with the waterways? Thank you. Yeah, we built our little dock areas, kind of inspired by like the Canary Wharf, Liverpool docks kind of these modern harbour cities that we get. So we have the all these old Mediterranean buildings over here, but these were kind of the closest we could get to kind of the old harbour buildings and stuff. But yeah, so we've got our little dock areas and we're now gentrifying them, we're now rebuilding on them. Literally we had industry here and we're now replacing it with big high-rise buildings. But thank you. I'm very excited for the next DLC I think we were discussing on Friday. Try and get some harbour assets and stuff in. Maybe get some fancy little drawbridges and whatever that we might be able to fit in here. Right, let's have a quick peek at this. That is all fine now, it's sorted itself out. What do I need to do now? I need to demolish this, because that's bugging me. Everybody's happy. Elementary is an issue, so let us have a quick nosy about where we might be full up. This is filling up now, so you'll expand it because that's doing this entire area. All these new houses we put in, so that is filling up. Let's click here and see how many teenagers we've got. 150. So we might need to put a high school in. Because there isn't a high school in this area. Yeah, definitely. Agreed, my dear. It feels like it's been a very long time since we've had anything new, and it has only been about a month and a half or something, but it's been very quiet. So this has got any schools in it, so we're going to start needing to put schools in. So what is the smallest high school that we've got? Literally a small high school. We will extend out this. First of many, definitely, hopefully. I think the game needs a lot of things adding to it. We'll extend this out, and we should hopefully be able to pop this in here. Definitely good. Let's pull it back a little bit. I don't know why you're moaning about overlapping with that, because you're not. Move it this way a tad. It's kind of annoying that I can't see that edge. Here we go. And then with this we get extension wing, which is an extra building we can pop on. And then the big giant sports field. Okay, game. So sports field requires us to unlock large sports field parks, which I think we can do. That one as well, and that one. Because it's so odd that this tiny little building has a giant sports field that goes with it. It might be something we can pop in this area. But for the the moment we need to set this as the area. We should probably also change this to follow the highway rather than the train line. Just so that we are got all those things inside the area, not that it necessarily matters, I don't think. But yeah, let's get this going up here. So we are pretty good for elementary. I don't think there's anywhere where they're all full. Because we have a school here which is full up, then we've got one there that's almost full, and then this one there I put in which is filling up but isn't full. We've got that one that's full, that one that's full, and I popped another one there which is now full, so that definitely needs expanding. And then we've got one here which is full, another one here which is also full. So I think this is where we are struggling, because we are limited on space. The sports field is twice the size of the high school. It is, that's ridiculous. It's like, why have we not got a little sports field, or why have we not got basketball courts or something we could pop in? I don't understand. So we need to fit another school, ideally into this area, which is obviously kind of impossible. So I'm just looking around at these other little buildings. See if there's anything we could take an easy win. These car parks are obviously full up. Having a little nose around, so whether or not it needs to be outside, so into this area, which isn't far away. We are very limited on the actual size versus capacity. That's 3,600 children. So yeah, we're just underneath, I think. So we could try and squeeze like one in here. Like there or something. But I don't know if that's too small. Probably need to stick another one of these urban ones in. And it's just making sure we have a space, an area that is suitable. Possibly come here, but again this is kind of like really outside of the area that I wanted to try and sneak into. And whether we have to use a car park, because we do have this car park over here which everybody is using, which is great to see. Park and ride. So we might have to lose this car park. Potentially even this one. Yeah, this one is that one empty compared to that one. That one's just about full. Yeah, so I think we're probably going to lose this car park. Which won't let me because of reasons. Very sorry. And we're going to pop in another one of these urban elementaries. Which is actually going to affect these other buildings there, which is kind of annoying, but we don't really have a choice. And then we're going to set that operating district to Harbour Wharf. But then at least that will help these people who live in, these kids who live in these houses go to school. We're going to have to sort out Eastgate Harbour as well, because there's hardly anybody here at the minute, but there will be. So whilst we know we're going to end up with Kiddlywinks in this area, we might as well try and pop it in a school for them. Just looking for an area that is big enough to put this into, but also then potentially expand it out for another building. I don't really think we have somewhere like that. All these grids are kind of small. It's too small for this. I'm going to put it here, facing this road, like that. And then we're going to set this operating district to here. And then we need to sort out a secondary school, high school for this area. Which can just be a little thing. Got an extra cell, kind of perfect fitting in here. Like that. And again, that is Eastgate Harbour. But let's go look at this sports field that we've got. I'm going to grab that cell just to get that extra little corner. This giant sports field. Yeah, so big. Why are you affecting that road? Because you're not even touching it. Just looking at how huge it is. Really? You want to connect like that? I'm thinking we're going to have this sports field and we will put it somewhere like that. Because we can then pop in
a rapturous riot of flavour, succulent filling, creamy sauce. All wrapped up in the flakiest of flaky pastries in one or both hands.
Hi Dylan, hi Twin. Thank you for claiming your daily sausage roll. Please enjoy it with one or both hands, my dear. How are you, Dylan? How's your Monday gone? Six sausage rolls. We're building a sport field. How straight? Yeah, this is for trans-friendly sports though, so it's okay. Because even some trans people like doing sports, so. Nice car park that seems to be missing off this asset. We do love to see it. This is only trans-friendly sprinting, trans-friendly American football apparently. That's what we love to see. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our brush. Not brush. Line tool. And we're just going to pull some trees along. Just to separate this a little bit from the highway. And then we're going to get a brush tool and do the same thing, but brush them in. Just to increase the density on that bit of trees. And then can we sneak a few random little trees in potentially? No. About birch trees, yeah, one or two. Just sneaking in. Just to separate it a little bit from the highway. Obviously if we had like fences or something that we could put in, that's what we would do. And I'm looking at this up here and going, landfill is fine because we don't need it.
A rapturous riot of flavour, succulent filling, creamy sauce. All wrapped up in the flakiest of flaky pastries in one or both hands.
Alien Zombie, my love, thank you for claiming your very first daily sausage roll. Please enjoy it with one or both hands. Sausage roll a day, keep the doctor away, potentially. Don't quote me on it, do not seek medical advice from me. But yeah, we get lots of tall buildings here, which is nice. But yeah, I was looking up here going, trash is fine. Cemeteries is fine, because we just don't have a cemetery. And then coming along, we're going crime. Crim. We are pretty okay for crime, because we've got a police station over there, police station 2 in there, 1 in there, that's fine. The other day I had a wild boar sausage roll and it was yummy. That does sound intriguing. I am intrigued by this, and I want to try one now. So crime is fine. We are covered with fire protection except for up there and obviously down here. So we should probably sneak a fire station in here. Thinking maybe about this little Japanese one. Maybe opposite the bus station. Apparently not. Very modern little building. Two fire engines, which is very well, no. 3 fire engines to 5. So let's not stick the extra one in because apparently we can't. Click off, click that, click that. I'm just putting the extra one in now so I don't have to worry about that later. We have unlocked all these bitty bobs, but we're not actually ready to do any of that. Sports Hub Pavilion, that's interesting. Game set match, whatever that is. Oh, that's a big boy. Bigger than it's bigger than a harbour. Some of these monuments that we could put in. Landmarks. But yeah, so moving along this, got that. We've got need to put colleges in and a university potentially, and then our mail availability. We have, I think, a post office in each section. We do, and you can see the police postal vans moving around. So I think we're kind of okay, really. But it's kind of like the processing isn't good enough. And you go, does that mean we need to get this kind of post-sorting facility building in? Is there somewhere we could build that, like maybe here? Do you expect it to be in this kind of area? Potentially. I'm also looking at this parking all filling in, which is lovely, but it is filling up. Does that mean we've got lots of people travelling on our transport? We kind of do. 26,000 people a month on our buses. That's pretty good. 15. 26,000 over a population of 48. That's pretty good. That's probably why we've got basically no traffic issues that occurred, other than when people have crashed. So I think we definitely need to pop in a little bit more parking where possible. few extra little bits there. I think this is looking like it could be an extension for the car park. Wondering if we can sneak in a road here and what that's going to do to the lanes and such. So that's going there, and then we could potentially say this is a dedicated lane going that way, and then that one goes to those two. And then that would potentially be like that. And we could dedicate each of those lanes. So that they do that. I thought my city of 116 using city using transport was quite pretty good. Yours is brilliant. Yeah, thank you. I think I'm doing pretty well. I think. Because we have this train station coming into here to pull everybody in so they get off the highway, so they come in via train and stuff. And we've got intercity buses and stuff. And then that comes directly to this bus hub. Bus station. And it kind of is the fact that there's so little parking in the city. Because it's all pedestrianised and everything. I think. But I think that is some pretty good numbers. 26,000 is some good numbers. Traffic flow is a nonsensical graph because it never changes, does it? But these folks, when they want to cross over, they've got to go up there and they'll go that way. I think that's fine. We could potentially put in a bridge here. That train station is your fave? It is my fave as well. It does tie in with our Mediterranean buildings over there. I feel like this would be a modern train station that they've built. But they've built it in a classic style in order to get it around the planners. Like it's got a more modern thing at the back. But it being the terminus, it's very nice. It's the only terminus train station, isn't it? Got little train stations up here as well, so anybody in this area doesn't have to drive to work, say, in these offices over here. They can just get on the train and get into there and then get on the bus and get in. So I think my transport plan is working at the minute, which is lovely. Right, and then what we're going to do is we are going to do more of our parking, because this is like filling up. Stick Anarchy on for the first bit. Let's pull it down to there. I would hope I wouldn't need Anarchy now. Obviously these a little bit misaligned and not spaced out very well. But we will sort that out. Again, that one definitely not spaced out very well. And the other secret with my buses and stuff is the fact that they're free. And I think that's encouraging people to use the buses. And the fact that they save a lot of money. I was about to build a post office or a cottage or something, but I think we're seeing that parking filling up is probably the most sensible to come along and put in this overflow parking. So that we definitely know we're not going to have any parking issues. Possibly should have checked if this was flat before I started, but we shan't worry about it. Wonky. Not the end of the world. Kind of tempted to have a shorter one. There you go. And then, how many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, something like that. So if we went with every 5th one, and then an extra one at the end, goes the opposite way. Hopefully that can be a 90. So we've got a very large parking lot. And then it's about trying to make sure it's tidy. So I'm going to upgrade that to go that way. And then we're going to come in here with our path as we've got on the other side. Where we do that. And then we upgrade that to go to there. And then we come back to this and upgrade that to go to there. So we don't lose having a pavement on these things. And it's a little bit fiddly. But I think it looks good. Snap in that. Bunch of traffic lights in here, which is crazy. upgrade it. And then road, upgrade that. And we're just going to keep on trucking. I think the road might be a little bit close. So let's move the road away, please. Not as a bridge. Sneak that one that way. That one's probably going to have to go that way a little bit for the next one. Surprised that that keeps unticking. The most fun car park building ever. Premium stream content, that's what this is. It's wonky, is it? It's gone in wonky. That road is wonky. And that road is wonky. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. Sneak another road in. And then zip that along. So almost halfway. That road be a little bit closer. I think it probably could. To over here. So, okay. I'm getting limited about how close we can get though. wonder if we're going to be able to get another extra road in here once they're all laid out proper. To be fun. It's fairly labour intensive, far more labour intensive than just plopping one of the other little pre-made thingy bobs in. Skylines Heritage Museum. That sounds fun. That might be cool to put in our new area that we were building with our Dockland area. And then just in low limit. Interesting. Just having a check to see that the car parks hadn't filled in completely or something whilst I'm doing this. The benefits of playing it on slow. Very rarely play it on high speed. Time 4:30. Don't mean going for an hour and 20. Yeah, we're definitely going to fit an extra road in here. It's a lot of parking. I'm wondering if I can speed this up a little tiny bit by kind of trying to get these spaced out. And I can do this. Here we go. At least then I can upgrade these all in one go. Still have to switch between the roads and the paths, but hopefully that might go this go a little faster. You normally play at slow speed as well. All the best people must be playing at slow speed. I knew I liked you. I'm very locked in doing this. Get closer, come on. Come on. Yeah. Next is this one. So it's the only flaw with doing it this way, is you're gonna have to upgrade it a million times. Technically I think we could probably squeeze another road in without actually doing this. Ooh, wibbly. See, this is the flaw. It's okay, we can fix that with Move It. It's okay. Ooh, what's going on there? This is the problem with doing it this way. You try and rush and you end up with something really weird. Try and do a fast way and it all comes out really odd. And then get in the road sort out. So this one is now obviously too far away. So we get this final pavement in there. And then this one, hopefully you can sneak it closer without anything too ugly happening. Just redraw that bit. Right, so we have a million crossings, a million traffic lights. I'm actually going to get rid of all these traffic lights. I think I might add one in at some point here, perhaps like that one. I think it might need to be that one. And then it is just all these thousands of crossings. Maple Street, Maple Street, Maple Street, Maple Street, Maple Street, Maple Street. Somebody should tell the game that they don't need to put quite that many labels on the street name. I wonder if I could redraw that and it would look a bit neater. It's fine when you stay zoomed out, when you zoom in it goes really weird. And then we've got a few extra crossings at the bottom where I went a little too far with the paths. The foggy lane. We've already got people parking in here, which is good to see. It would definitely need to build a overpass here. Forgotten where the button is. So we can build the overpass. What's a page up button? Let's go with 7.5, which I think is the lowest we can get. Not wanting to give me the right angle though, so let us go from there to here. 7.5 to there and down again. So that's our little bridge over the top, and we will upgrade. That won't work because there's a thing in the middle, but that one will work. Little gateway arch. I love putting those bridges as kind of like gateway arches to the area. Gonna need a bus to come through. Thank you very much, bus. Perfect timing. You can see that this is like twice the height that it needs to be. Which the game may think that it should be this height. But it really doesn't need to be that high. That's probably a bit better. Yeah. 1, 2. 2 for good luck. But you've got a whole new car park. Funny how the small things make you see a little better. Exactly. Agreed. It's the beauty of having anarchy as well, just to try and make those bridges just like that little tiny bit shorter. So they don't feel quite as ridiculous. I was thinking about this the other day, that these pubs, I want to stick one in here somewhere. Maybe on the corner of that or something. I'll do that in a minute. Because one other thing I want to do is I named all these roads here. We've lost a name of one, but parking row A4. And obviously this is completely pointless. But I want to name these parking row B1. And this is going to join up somewhere else randomly, I think. Yeah, it's down there, so we'll just ignore the fact that it's stupid. Parking row B, and let's just copy that. And then we could do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, the map's disappearing, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So we have 22 rows. I can't break that off annoyingly without some kind of crazy nonsense potentially. Perhaps we could put a little nubbin or something in there, but I'm not going to faff around with it too much. Where does Maple Street go? It's just that. That can do for the minute. But yeah, look at all these people already parking here. That's great and amazing and lovely and perfect. Has that changed? Did I thought that I made that a dedicated? I had made it dedicated, but it has subsequently reverted for some reason. This one as well. I didn't have that there. Something's gone on there. But okay, right. Doubled and a bit the parking. 150% extra parking there. So I think we're good for quite a while. Alright, back to what I was actually planning on doing before I did that, was getting this postal sorting thing in, which I haven't unlocked yet. So let's get that unlocked. Postal sorting facility. Very easily get distracted. So there we go. It's a big old building. I think we could probably pop it all the way back towards this little turnaround loop we have. Like that. Have a little nosy about where the roads are. So you've got a road to that. And then they've got the staff parking. So I feel like that here is one entrance. Got the staff parking, which is almost another entrance, and then these ones here. So I'm going to connect that up as well. But what I'm going to do is sever that bit. And we're going to put in an extra. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to demolish that again, and I'm going to connect it up to there, and then I'm going to squizzle it sideways a little bit just so that those lines line up with that. Probably use that road instead, just so that those lines kind of line up there. And we're going to put in another road coming out of here, which then can connect up, something like that. And this is just to try and like build a campus, kind of, not a campus, but a proper entryways and stuff, rather than just going, here is one road that sticks up right to the front of the building, and we've got a bunch of roads that all kind of make sense in the context of this building. Feel a little bit realistic. A little tiny roundabout, and then bigger roundabouts on those two. And then we're going to stick in an extra car park. And we're also going to flatten this a little tiny bit. There. And he goes, oh, I've got no electricity. And we have the electricity there, we also have it under here. So do we just connect it under the ground? Or do we pop in its own transformer? A transformer is possibly the most sensible thing. I'm also wondering what other buildings we could potentially put into this area. I'm just going to quickly put in a kind of a little outline of a grid. Because we could put some offices into this. You always go with the transformer. I'm kind of feeling transformer. So I'm gonna pop in a transformer, hopefully here, like that. So that is the electricity sorted. That is the electricity sorted. Oh, it's not the electricity sorted because we haven't, I think, connected the roads. Silly me. Kind of a bit oddness there. And then those roads aren't connected to this because I haven't connected it there. Oh. Let us just do the undergroundiness because I don't actually want to connect these roads. Yeah, so that's that sorted. And yeah, because actually I don't want that actually connected there. So we're just going to underground it again. And then in terms of water, probably should just connect it across. Do the easy thing. So let us just do that easy thing, connect that into, and then wonder why it's moaning at me. And then we need to connect it this way as well, before I get confused as to why it doesn't work. Perfect, it's all working now. That was a bit silly. And So we've got this little area now that I have built. That road probably should be about here, really. Yeah. Yeah. I'm aware I've just upset you again. Because we're actually going to move this way. Because I should have put it here in the first place. Like that. Because we're going to have our office buildings butting up against that bit. So we're going to connect up to these, up to there. I'm going to connect that up to there. And it's perfect now. No one ever noticed that we did entirely the wrong thing multiple times. And then this little section, as I said, probably should have some offices in it. Oh, having trouble again with the crematorium. 19 out of 20 all go in. Is it just a little death wave or anything? They are going round, they are picking them up. Maybe that we just need to have some more in there now. Maybe the city is just growing that we need to have potentially another option. I might actually stick a cemetery in over here or something, because it's going to continue moaning that I don't have enough cemetery availability. I had to delete the cemetery we did have out of here because I need to put space to put some schools and stuff into this area. So I might add a cemetery in over there. But here I want to add in kind of office stuff, kind of office estate. Also wondering if we could add in one of those sports park buildings that I looked at before. Let's have a quick nosy at that. Or is it that? Yes, it was here. So we have the sports park complex. Ooh, it's a big building. I already knew it was big, but it is very big. Ooh, it just about fits in there. Is that what we do? Do we do that? I feel like we do that. Now, this is going to bugger up our electricity. So we are going to have to pause a sec. And we will figure out how to get our electricity across here and such. But this is like perfect for this area. Look at that, lovely. You might want shuffling to this way to the side a bit so it's not quite encroaching on that, but I really like that there. See if we get away without Anakium. Just trying to eyeball it so it's in the middle of those two roads. I feel like I might have put it back exactly where it was, but let's not talk about it. Hi Woody, welcome in. So we have demolished our electricity. So we need to make sure we put that in before I press go again. We're going to put that to there. Can we get across there? No, we can't. So we may need to just drop underground. How you doing, Woody? Hope you're doing well this bank holiday. And then we've got that going that way, where we should just be able to connect up to our existing underground cable. Slightly higher than that, isn't it? And it's lower than that road there. Oh, no, is it higher? Oh, this road dips down a bit. You just finished work, you're chilling. We love that. We love a little bit of chilling. And luckily, because we've now moved that, we do actually have a little bit of extra space here for zoning this stuff. Why don't we have a... Oh, it's because it's going that way. Let's switch our zoning on this side over here to go that way. And we can do that. And I need to unpause the game. And we've got a little bit of stuff here. Where we could pop in an extra little road, preferably without needing to use any key. You're telling me about something. Why are you telling me about that? There's nothing near a power cable. Switch this. Hopefully, I was just hoping to try and switch it off those roads, and that it might fill up a little bit more. Obviously, these roads don't seem to be entirely straight, but we can live with that. No office park for people to go and work in. We might need to pop in a post box for people. I'm actually going to stick a post box outside, let's say outside the hospital. But a little industrial estate type area, but a commercial estate, or not a commercial, but what's the word going to be? It's going to be a little enterprise park, potentially. That might be the right word. It's a bit longer than I'd like it to be, looking at it. Try and get these to be the same length, perhaps. Delete that, it makes it longer again. Extra lane, because I think there might be a certain amount of traffic coming in here. Is that the wrong way around? It is the wrong way around. But that's eaten all of that demand there. Ooh, what's this? Not enough train vehicles. Ooh. Obviously that's not connected up that way, but it does work, so I don't know whether we need to worry about that, but and always pop back up again. So yeah, so I think what we'll do right now is we will put in a cemetery up here somewhere, maybe in a like Central Park type thing moment going on. It goes in there. I'll get rid of that. Oops, much smaller than I thought it was going to be. So we pop that directly in the middle of this island, like that. And we will put in our roads around it. Because if this is going to be housing around it or something, and it was nice to have a kind of park area. I'm thinking a road directly straight out the middle would be cute. But that gives us our little green circle for our cemetery availability. Hopefully that gives us these extra hearses as well, which will all go out. Help that crematorium out a little bit. We're getting these in now. Oh, they're already there. Are they levelling up? Level 3 or 5, so they're looking. Those buildings are looking a little bit swishier than they used to. Ground pollution is slowly going, but we haven't had the building in the middle pop up yet. Which is zone there and the one there zone there. It tells us how well the ground pollution's clearing up. But what we do need to get is a college in potentially. Because we have 2,000 college students and 2,000 university students eligible, but we have not yet put one of those in the city. So in terms of colleges, I think we can put a college into our city without too much issue. And I'm going to unlock technical university as well, because there's one of the technical university buildings is my favourite education building. So colleges we have loaded up: Japanese one, normal one, the modern one, and that's it. And then we have the Japanese university and these other things, but that's just my favourite university building. But let us put in a college. Hopefully we can find or decide which one of these fits. I kinda don't really like that one. The Japanese one, I kinda like it, to be fair. How many students? 10,000 versus 10,000 versus 5,000. So yeah, really wondering some kind of college campus here in this little area. And again, probably going to try and respect these trees for no reason other than I can. And then it gives us a kind of little area here. I think that these two buildings I just plopped here before when we were messing with this junction probably need to move. Post office is going to go up here. Even if it doesn't want to, it's going up here. And the fire station is just going to go there for the minute. Because what I want to do is connect this in. To there. So we have this little area that we can plop our college into. College. So I'm going to plop it here for the minute. We're just going to have a look, quick nosy at it. So these buildings pop up on it like that. And then the entrance is basically this side. So we're going to squish that over here. And kind of push it up into these two kind of corners. Like that. And then we're going to get an alley. And I left just enough space down the side. Perfect. And we can sneak a little kind of like faculty car park in there. And then we're gonna upgrade Summit. I'm gonna upgrade this road in a minute, but I'm just gonna put in that road. But upgrade that one to be like that. And we're gonna put the trees in. Put the bushes, the grass in. Just looking at the slopiness of it. I'm going, maybe this needs to just drop down a tad. Which doesn't actually make any difference to the... doesn't make any difference to that. Is it this path road here that needs to get pulled up slightly? And then a load of lovely roads appear in it. And this is, I need to remember to do this when I'm doing tree removal. Far easier to remove the trees like this than deleting them one by one. Which I always try and do, and then I delete roads and I just forget I can actually do this. I think we do probably want a car park on the front of this building. And I'm tempted to just use a normal car park. Would the college have this? Would they go to the expense of having a big multi-storey building? Certainly a little multi-storey building could be cute. Very rarely use that. large-ish car park that it might fit in. And it's kind of to try and leave me some space for deleting something out later. What I might do though, I'm just going to switch them onto that road for a minute, and I'm going to put in another alleyway road, say coming here. That's the entrance to the car park, and then we're going to switch this back over here. And it's given us connections onto the other side. This is very wobbly. I might just need to flatten this out before I actually do this. It doesn't seem the wobbliest bit of land, but they're certainly doing some weird stuff with the car parks. But then we pop these in. But the reason for doing this is so that I could put in some paths along here. Not entirely sure why you needed to do bridges, but we'll sort that out. So bridges, but then here is the main entrance, and we're just going to go from there to there with a crossing. Just going to get rid of that crossing. But then we got the craziness. So we can use our tool to get rid of that. And go, ooh, look at this lovely wibbly wobbly nonsense. And that one's flattened out, which is good. That one's still crazy. But that's what move is for. There's probably a node in here, but we'll just do it like this. You're dropping down a little bit too much, aren't you? Yeah, let's get these nodes up to the right height. And then we can flatten them out. And then we can put another path across. Maybe not connected, apparently. It's very silly that they're going all the way up there. So we will grab that, grab that, grab that, and just pull these down so it makes slightly more sense. But then we have a college which has got 384 people in it, with the room for expansion. A few little trees. And then we need to get rid of these ones that are in the car park for some reason. Yeah, the car park is looking very wobbly. Is it because the road disappears upwards? That's what's going on. I hadn't noticed that the road was disappearing up. Which obviously it will do because there's a hill here. There's your hill. Right, and in terms of a university then, the obvious thing would be to put it there. And I'm wondering whether we should put it in this area here. And it's got its own, kind of not own train station, but it's got a little train station. And it's kind of out of the city. I feel like we could make it the centerpiece of this little area in the same way as we're doing little centerpieces that are then going to get filled in with housing or something. And we could put it in this area and it would be surrounded by homes and stuff. This is what I am thinking. So we can buy a couple more of those tiles to grab this area. And we've got this road that comes in. Hate it when it does that. And I'm trying to draw it straight, and then at the last second it goes, nope. And I go, I've just clicked that button. So that is that. It's kind of the most boring area because there's literally nothing to. There's no features in order to tell me if I should do something special. I want to use this model technical one. Right. These are obviously like so much bigger. And it's kind of really tempting to go. This is like the old uni building. And maybe if we needed to have more uni stuff in the future, we could put the other one in. kind of feel like if this is like a good enough reason as to why that train line would move, have to go around it kind of thing, because anything else that you might have built here originally wouldn't go, no, we can put a train line straight through it. How much road do we need to have off the front? A little bit. Could we put in a road like this? Which in itself is a bit random because this university is supposed to be here first and we're kind of obeying the railroad as the road to put the thing in. We definitely need to go elsewhere. Maybe something there like that would work. And then this road could do that. And then what this I want it to do is kind of come out of here. A 90, please. Thank you. And then come back into here at a 90. But in a sweepy fashion. And then this would clearly have trees on it. Grass, just make it look even nicer. Probably a set of traffic lights. Dedicated turning lanes. 23 people are now going to that university. But then all this other area could be houses, and then eventually they might build a technical university here, perhaps. Certainly we need to have it doesn't provide any benefits. That's crazy. It would provide 0 benefit. we are full up with that stuff now. And really, this does just need kind of filling out with a load of stuff. You're moaning about not being connected now, which is kind of annoying. Even though that's connected to nothing. So let's just try and connect this up. Try and make it a little bit happier. What is wrong with our stuff? Is it just that we don't have enough people trucking around? Can we build a bigger post office? Yeah, because we don't even have the biggest post office. Maybe we could add it in here as part of the postal sorting facility. But at least all these offices are built in. So perhaps that one. A little bit of commercial, why not? Ooh, we've got our diagonal building in. I don't remember you being told to be that small. Are you two separate grids? Is that what's gone on there? How rude. No, one big building please, thank you very much. So we're still waiting on that one to fill in. Now you have upgrades, including more post vans, which we can stick on the opposite side of the road, which is perfect. And then more storage space. How many post vans have you or have you not sent out? None. So what we're going to do is, with this, we're going to say you are operating here, because you are. Okay, telecoms, I don't mean telecoms. This one is operating in the, not that one, those two. And then you are operating in there. Your job is to operate in... Not in here, because apparently there isn't a zone up here. A district. Which surprises me. It is gonna be called... What do we think? It's going to be called Brightwater Dale. Ooh, interesting. So where was our postal building? It's there. So you operate in Brightwater. I think that one got done already, didn't it? Wherever it is. There. Yes. And there's another one over here. Evergreen. All these post vans are now going out, which is perfect. And we're going to put in these extra ones. I might put it coming out of here. Which way around is it? Presume this way around. Pop it in the middle. Or not. They do come out of there, I thought they did. There's a complex of buildings for this. I presume that means it's not got a good enough sorting speed. Interesting. Don't want anybody parking on those bits. How is our parking going over here? We are slowly filling up that. Oh, we transported at 28,000. Which is wonderful. Now, one thing I do know is we don't actually have any buses in this area at the minute, but I'm not sure how important it is. maybe once we get this area filled in, put some houses in here potentially as well. Maybe it then starts being important to have a bus route coming through here. I say this, I have a weird memory of putting buses in, but I don't think I actually did. No. Interesting. Should we fill in this extra little bit? And then we can fill in this big chunk. So we will do our usual thing of doing a wiggly road to begin with that goes kind of close to the edges, because we want two deep cells, plots for houses. We might follow this up here like that. And then we will put in some cul-de-sacs. Fill up these extra little spaces. And then pop our little cul-de-sac bulbs in. And then we are gonna drop in just a little too deep stuffs. Have I ever built a city with driving on the right? I have, but not recently. I don't generally do cities with driving on the right. And that's simply because, obviously being the UK, we don't drive on the right, but no. Again, my cities tend to be kind of Britishy, and kind of like, I suppose I could do them with driving on the right, but I just don't. Interesting question. What kind of city are you building on the San Francisco map then? Ooh, that's a bit close. You put one city with driving on the right and you just mess with your brain. Yeah, that's kind of why I've never really considered it. I feel like it would just confuse me. And I've just kind of therefore never entertained the idea. Ooh, what are you doing there? Is that because there are houses on it? Interesting. Just trying to keep that so it's a little bit further away from the highway, so that we can sneak some trees in. Yeah, that one's a bit close as well. Boop. Boop. And so that's the basic trunk of it. And then, as we know, the next step is to grab our paths and just come and chop off the zoning so that we end up with 2 deep zones, which obviously isn't as important on this bit. But we need to make sure that we fit as many houses in as possible so it looks filled up. That way just gain some extra houses. Trick being to not do it. You don't need to do every single cell to cut it off. You just do up to the next to the end one, so that you can, because it's not going to zone one cell on the end. So we can do that. Yeah, we doing? I've got loads up here. Just gaining a bunch of extra cells. Got 216k on the San Francisco map just using the SW aim packs. Nice. Very American looking city, then, is it? Proper Californian type city, obviously with Northeast in it, but New Yorkie. I have built a city with those. It was my single tile challenge, I believe, city that I built. It did look very American. Any pack should be called the MIC? Yeah. I guess they were trying to make it a bit more generic. Right, so I think that's all the extra little zones we're going to get. So we will pop in our little extra little teensy bits of zoning. wonder if it's actually possible in order to eat all of the low density demand, or whether it's always just going to be there. Oh, excuse me. Not very big hospital. Is there any hospital? Lovely. Is that? It's obviously the New Yorkie one. I'm trying to remember what that looks like. Clonk. I think it's the one that's all stepped, isn't it? Looking like something out of Gotham. I'm surprised we don't have a zone here. Alright, just because of that. Yeah. Can't seem to be able to sneak through there, so we'll sneak that way. Have a crossing, why not? Wonder when the devs will give us new maps to play. Yeah. And I played a couple of custom maps from the store, but the custom maps get set up in a certain way, and something about the vanilla maps, whether it's just because they're not necessarily like trying to do everything. Nope. But I think some of the default vanilla maps, certainly in the beginning, they're all very slopey, and it's quite a hard experience to deal with some of them. I think the first map I used was the can't remember what it's called, the valley one, with the river running through between the mountains. That was very difficult to build on and control and make sure all the houses didn't look ridiculous and stuff, because it was all so slopey. So when they added the flat maps, or at least that one flat map, it was a lot better, but I think this one's okay. It's certainly very flat. I think there's a few little surprising bumps that catch me out. Can't sneak through there, so we'll sneak that way. Mountain village, maybe. Something like that. I definitely built a mountain village. And I built a rocket launch at the top of a mountain. A million switchbacks in order to get up to the top of the mountain. Got over your drive, did I? And that can come in through here. Maybe. Yes. Sorry, didn't mean to demolish your house whilst you were building it. windy fjords. Yeah, what's the other island one? I can't remember the other island. I don't know, I can't remember any of the names of any of them. The other island one. And definitely a lot of my homes spent a lot of time being damaged by wind. It was very annoying. Don't think it was Barrier Island. Could be the fjord one, in fact, because that would explain the windiness. Again, I'm clearly not very good at remembering the names of the maps. We could go look at them. Actually, we could go nosing, but also we are building. What are we doing? Got a little bit more here. There we go. Yeah, so this is kind of a little less wibbly wobbly because it's following that one main road up through there, but I think we get away with it. The Haven map. Oh, don't whack my hand on the mic stand, that kind of hurt. Right, let us go with spruces, because what we're going to do is we're going to put in our row of spruces in all their different sizes along the edge of the train line. First, these are the trains. The Haven one with all the islands. Yeah, that has been one of my. I think that if it's the same one I'm thinking of, then I've built one of my cities on there, and it was an enjoyable thing. I think it's possibly one of my most favoritist ones because of all the different islands, and I had all my city all split up potentially. But I am really bad at remembering. I think it's just because you pick the map and then you go, okay, done, and then you're building the city from then on in. Not really remembering the name of the map potentially. Should we? I think of an idea anyway. I need to save this game a second anyway. So what I might do is have a quick nosy at what maps I have got in my save list. All these other cities that I've built and then kind of had to abandon because of not being able to keep them open on stream. And so that's the outer build stuff. So let's save this map. So this is Lakeland that we're building on. And let's go back and click the load so that we don't actually destroy anything. That was just the other thing. So this is my one tile. That's my one tile thing that was built on barrier. And then we've got my... Is that just a random build I started? Yeah. We have Stratford, which is just another random thing I started. Dudley's the big one. Is it? No, That's my stream, previous one. So that was on Coral Riches because it was sunny. That was one I was doing on Thingy Bobby. He doesn't tell me what the map was, interestingly. And then what else have we got? Middleham was the island one on the Tampere map. I think Lunchburg was my very, very first one, which again, it doesn't tell you what it was. Interesting. But yeah, which one is it? Yeah, Archipelago Haven, I think is the one that I built one of my favourite cities on. But I did have trouble with wind damage on this map, which was kind of annoying. Yeah, Coral Riches is good. I think the Sunshine one is obviously because it's always sunny, but then I've got the mod in order to control the weather so it doesn't go to snow. Yeah, Waterway Path. No, Mountain Village was. Yeah, Mountain Village was the one that I really struggled on. I did pre-order. I was very excited for CS2 to come out, and then it just kind of, yeah, it was a bit of craziness, wasn't it? And kind of still is. Let's go back to the game. It was a little bit of craziness. I was playing CS1 on my Switch, and whilst it was all impossible to play because there's absolutely nothing, no controls, and you can't do anything that you actually want to do, I was really enjoying it. So I got all the extra landmarks as well. I did, and I barely ever used them. Where are they? They're in here. So I have all the extra landmarks and I never use them. I think I tend to use the botanical garden because it's small and fits in with stuff. Maybe we could use like the Ferris wheel in this build where we've got the these high rises, because I don't tend to use high rises. So could you put the Ferris wheel in here somewhere? But they're all very big, and I don't generally leave space for them. But yeah, I was playing it on CS1 on Switch, and it was very enjoyable because I missed playing SimCity and stuff. You ordered it when it came out, so you didn't get the Tampere map and extra marks. Yeah, I don't think you're not missing very much. Again, I don't necessarily use them. And I think if I'd had my choice again, if I'd known what was necessarily going to happen, I was a bit frustrated when it was all kicking off and not being released. And I am very excited to finally get the Bridges and Ports expansion, which was part of the pre-order. It doesn't really want to put any of these in. Yeah. We all are, yeah. And they need to add bicycles very soon afterwards. And if we don't get ferries in this Bridges and Ports thing, I'm kicking off. Because the the non-cargo harbour. There's a normal public cargo harbour. No, the public harbour, the whatever we should probably call it, the actual just harbour, passenger harbour, is kind of useless. Unless you have a proper island city where you've got multiple harbours built in, but they don't really get enough people using them in order to be cost effective. I imagine there will be the same amount of DLCs as CS1, because that is their entire business model. I think they released this game too quickly, and they've had to have a lot of things to fix that they wouldn't have necessarily expected to be fixing. And there we go, there's another section. Lots of things to fix that they've been having to spend all the time fixing rather than actually getting the DLCs and stuff out. So hopefully they've got a good idea of all the DLCs that they're going to be bringing out. Like all the people who haven't been working on getting all the fixes done or have been working secretly on the DLCs. There's some trees around these schools just to blend them in a bit. So that is the next section. I think we need to put in another post box. We will put that in up here. Maybe actually I might move it down to there, and we will zoom in and demolish that one like that. Looking forward to Sports Stadium DLC. That would be good. I do need a variety of stadia. I can't believe we don't actually have a proper stadium. We kind of got different stadiums now with these leisure buildings, but they're not a proper like footy stadium stuff, are they? I really like the castle. Some of these other tourist attractions are a bit random. But yeah, we need a proper stadium, and we need a proper kind of like concert venue. Maybe. Do I feel like doing that next bit now? In there. Let us have a quick look at our production. Perfectly fine. That is our ground stuff like that. So it's getting better. We're nearly at the point where this building here is going to pop in. We should probably drop in another block. Or two. Football, cricket, rugby, etc. Yeah. I don't like cricket, but I think a cricket pitch would be quite an interesting thing to drop in. But having a kind of some kind of larger sports venue and stuff. This is obviously kind of interesting where they've got these footy pitches on it. I'm interested to see, while we're talking about it, how big this soccer field is. It's exactly the same size as that. Interesting. This soccer field is the same size as that one. Do you like some of the large cricket stadiums? Yeah. We do need some of that. Because, for instance, if if this is like the training ground for the football team, and you go, okay, I'm going to put in a football stadium, you go, it's literally the same size. And it's just got a tiny bit of seating on the side. It's literally this bit here. It's like, we do need a big giant. Big giant stadia. What shall I do? Somebody has had a crash. At least you. Oh, it's in the car park. You had an accident in the car park. What is our stuff looking at? 30,000 per month. Yeah, we kind of need to get this other section built so that we can get our bus route put in for here. We have the Moor Parks mod, which has a little bigger football stadium. I feel it. I've stayed away from asset mods so far. And it goes back to me trying to keep the game vanilla-y, but obviously worrying that I might add something that then stops me from being able to stream my city. If it then breaks. Let us get in a road that's going to bend this funny way. I think I did add the more train station mod, the train facilities mod, but it didn't work for me, I think, at one point, and then I wasn't overly overwhelmed by stuff in there that I thought it would be worth keeping in. And in fact, I'm kind of using the default vanilla buildings in all of this one for some reason. I think I just didn't want to build another British style city using UK assets, because I've done that a bit. You had a new mod, you always write the date of the mod so you can have problems with the game and go back and delete it. Yeah, that's smart. That is smart thinking. Wibbly wobbly roads. Wibbly roads. Let's try and get this road to be a bit closer to this train line. It's kind of not entirely what I meant to do, but why not? Alright, so then we can put in some little cul-de-sacs again. There's not really enough room for a cul-de-sac there, but I'm going to put one in anyway. That one's a bit too curvy for my liking. So let's go to there and then jump back this opposite way. Put that off of there. I don't really want that road coming off of there. Don't want it coming off of the main road. Get in there. Oh, this lovely XP for sticking cul-de-sacs in. Do we need another one over here? I think these are a little bit big, so we can sneak another one in there. And maybe with an extra little, maybe not, maybe an extra little road there. Just to fill up that space a little bit. Yep, that looks good. And then we come in with our zoning and just zone all the little 2 spaces in. It's just funny how it doesn't shift the low density thingy bobby demand anywhere. Thank you for saying it looks good. I'm trying to make it look good. I always worry. It just looks like a crazy mess from some kind of alien scrawl on the ground. I'm so glad this city isn't generating vast quantities of traffic, because that is the struggle I have when I'm streaming a city. It's just all the people sitting in traffic, and I think it's working better because I haven't got forest fires going off all the time because I turned disasters off. And I would like to get a better PC at some point so I can actually play City Skylines with slightly higher settings, because it's basically on the bare minimum at the minute. These people might not be happy in these houses. I was presuming you're on this road, but you're not really filling in very fast. Nobody told me. Nobody told me. Nobody told me I was doing the wrong zoning. I was doing the wrong zoning. It's all gonna try and be high density, teeny tiny 2 buildings. That's why it wasn't filling in. That would have been wrong. Oop. I know, I'm only joking. It was selected onto high density, and for some reason I can't tell the difference between the colours anymore. I don't know whether that's just the game and it's my eyeballs or what. Because surely they should look different colours. Oh, they are different colours. I'm just stupid. Don't worry about it. I'm just stupid. It would have been funny to have lots of high density, little tiny 2 buildings. Little tiny tower blocks. Probably would make sense around the university to have little tiny tower blocks for all the students to live in. Is this the biggest section that I've done in one go? Yeah. Went to Curry's and said, "You want a gaming laptop? You can play CS2." And they laughed at you. I went, "No, there's no such thing." But I really want a new computer so I can actually play it on slightly higher settings, because it's like all the anti-aliasing is squiffy. Kind of like 5 hours of streaming Cities 2 is kind of the limit for my computer as well. Needs a rest after that. What time are we on? 3 hours at the minute. You're a little close. I'm going to limit you to be 2s. 2b2s. Oop. Oop. Low density man dropping, even if momentarily. It's dropping. We're going to perform the impossible and actually get the low density demand to disappear. We've got another game announcement. The biggest city built on was a Haven map, which was 271k pop. That is a big city, in my opinion. Because I don't think I've managed to get that to that point. I think the biggest I've got is like 150 before my computer just goes, no. Obviously, it's not fair because I'm talking about being on stream at the same time. But yeah, there is a point when my computer just goes, no thank you, I've had enough. Only stopped playing because the game came to a near stop. Oh my god, well, that's impressive when you're breaking the game rather than breaking the computer. Should we build these little houses along here too? I think we should. I'm going to leave that blank because I feel like I want to pop in a couple of medium densities there like that. Right, so as we know, the next thing to do is pop a load of paths in order to generate a few extra plots, or at least try to, like that one. Not sure if we're going to get anything extra by doing this little bit, but we can but try. Look at that. A bunch of stuff. Gonna pop in paths along this back bit. Yeah, so there's some low density buildings. Not. It's not really what I was going for. Here, that is certainly a thing I could do. I think we might try that over here potentially. Put some next to the university. Maybe we do that first. Let us put in a alley road. With the university. Let's go over here. We're going to put in a road there. Because this isn't necessarily the nicest part to live at. If you are a student, right next to the railway, but we can pop in some high density be like that. I'll just have a little nosy whilst we wait for them to spawn in. Did you? Extra a little bit of plot. We get an extra plot there, we can. Lovely jubbly. Nothing extra there, we can never do that. Go this way. Sneaking in all extra plots. Half an hour, perhaps. Much to be gained by doing that, but as always useful to control the size of the zones anyway. Kind of got a little almost park area here. We haven't really put any parks into this whole city. I often forget about parks. I think that is everywhere. So maybe here. Yep, so if we come back in here and try to make sure we got the right zone in. So we don't try and put any high rises in here again. There's another little bit. Just need to open up something. Yeah, I didn't think so. My phone's giving me strange notifications about people on Twitch and going, that person should not be streaming on Twitch, they should be in bed. There's another one. To make sure all these little extra little bits are all zoned as well. Is that everything? Nope, it's not. There we go. I think that is everything. So that's all zoned up. Ooh, our first traffic jam. Yay! Love a traffic jam. It's obviously just all people moving in. have a quick look. Yeah, loads of taxis coming in as well. Going on here. Another little load of people moving in, causing traffic. Really like a little bit of traffic. So they're all coming in here and all wanting to turn right to get into this car park, presumably. So in terms of bus routes, we don't really have a bus route coming through this. It all cuts down there. So we definitely need to get some bus routes coming through this bit. Because we have this Harbour Wharf Eastgate Old Town bus route that goes around like that. Roundy, roundy, round. But actually goes over there, so it goes roundy, round, round. That could get extended, but I know it's very popular. So maybe what we will do is we will pop in some stops along this pedestrian bit. That might get flipped round. And yes, they're kind of close to each other. But there's a lot of people in this area. And I don't actually think there's any more need than that. Just to be able to get people in and out of this area. So the bus will come down here, down there, and then cut through this bit once I switch the road round, and then come back and go out again. Good. So let us just flip this round. Like that. And we will grab a bus line. We will pop it into our bus station. Let's put it in this corner so it's out of the way. And we will get it to come left out of here, up. It's going to go that way, is it? I don't want it to go that way, but we will sort that out. It's going a very strange route. Is it because of the way that the stops are on the streets? So this is on the wrong side of the road. Do I need to flip the road around for some reason? Or can I shuffle this onto another side of the road? No, apparently not. Perfect, that's what we want. And then they're going uphill, and that's correct. And then it's going all the way roundy round. That flips it round, does it? Apparently not. Can't actually see. Yeah, that's not the right way around. That's the right way round. There we go. I want you going down there, please. Cure. I don't want you coming up here. I want you coming down here. In like that. I want you to come this way. And obviously you're doing that. So this road needs flipping again. Don't know if this is actually possible. There we go, perfect. Put it in the middle though. Nope. Go there then. Because apparently that's the only way that works. And then go to there, and then go to there. Oh, I don't know why you're going that way. I'm going to say you're allowed to cut across that. And then you can connect into that one before you get back on and go back to the depot or the bus station. Conk. So Eastgate Harbour. Actually meant to put an extra thingy bobby in. Just remove that. Bus line 10. Nope. You are free for a start. Eastgate Harbour. And we should probably name that, because I like to name them all with numbers. So you are the 20, no, you're going to be the 500 Eastgate Harbour. I can't actually see. Perfect. We're going to make you a nice blue colour. And we will see how many people sit on that bus. But what we can also do is get some people in here. Because I think again we're having issues with... no, we're not. I was going to say we're having issues with our crematorium stuff, but they're all just stuck in this traffic over here, aren't they? Right, everybody's moving in. Do we add an extra junction up here? I think the answer is possibly yes. I'm concerned that if we add it in, people might try and run through. It's not the end of the world. Right, so we're gonna... maybe we just do it onto the end. Maybe that's the more sensible thing to do. Just putting it here is going to have a roundabout off of a roundabout, whereas this is just like the continuation. That's what we're going to do, and that is what we're going to do. We can just do this one tile as well, amazing. Plus we bought this one so we feel a bit more sensible and fair. It was very close to this, but I think we get away with it. You probably don't need it to be pedestrian. Right. Pause a second. Because what we're going to do is we're going to cut this off here. We are going to get rid of that. We're going to get these guys to drop down to... Actually no, we're going to get them to drop into a 4-lane road. Because that's what our road's going to be before it goes into the roundabout. And we're going to have to cut this again, thinking about it. Just that we can get these to slip into here. Or at least we would try. Once it's at the slip road is on the outside, we may have to finagle it. A little bit of move it perhaps. It's a bit annoying that that is on the wrong side of the road. There we go. And then this is going to have to be the same on the opposite end. But it's kind of better because we don't have a slip at the minute. Let's get it to be about the same length, shall we? To there. Falling to a highway comes to here. Let's extend that opposite way as well. And then we will stick in one of our big roundabouts, which won't let me, but I'm going to anyway. Interesting. Interesting. It's got an extra little node in there, that's why it was looking odd. It's kind of like we actually need to have the extra lane in again. That's a bit got to turn into here with the extra lane. And then it's getting these to curve into a hole. Just go back up to about there for that one. Like that. And then this one, try and get it out like so. And then upgrade it so that we get an extra turning lane. And then this comes off again. And this comes in, and then like that. But then it gets upgraded. The extra turning lane. Let's put a traffic light on, which you don't need. And then we should have to demolish these houses, which is fine because probably we shouldn't have houses on this far end. So there we go, really quick and simple junction. It doesn't have to have anything more complicated than that, I don't think, because there isn't actually that much traffic coming over here. And it's much more like a UK ring road or a road than a what shall we call it, motorway. Just upgrading those to be highways so that we don't end up with pavements and weird stuff. I'm confused as to what you're doing. Still got a lot of taxis coming through here. They're just struggling to cross over. Yeah, this is kind of where it's not, because it's not, this is where it needs to be a proper thing. Oh, it turned out quite nice. It is quite nice. Thank you. I'm very happy with Evergreen End as it is. It does need extending. It just needs all the paths and stuff fixing. I'm just trying to make sure that we're getting the roads all fixed and sorted. I think because it's not actually a proper roundabout, it's not got the proper stops in it. We can probably get rid of this now, but actually put a proper roundabout in all fairness. Because this was in here in order to power our farms, and actually that isn't needed anymore. So what we will do is we'll do that. We will do it because we don't need this funny custom little thing anymore. I think they're all getting confused by it anyway. So we may have to join these roads up. If we demolish them and we put in a road across, apparently we do need anarchy. Is has still got power lines on the edge of it. That's just silly. Who put these power lines on the edge of this road for no reason? They do need their poop pipe though. So highway, road, hopefully without anarchy, because don't use anarchy all the time. Where's me 180? It does not exist. 180 is a lie. And we'll stick that in. Call it the number 2 pipe. That is probably better than a poop pipe, but okay. Weird. And then we will get our it's because it's on straights. Let's do that. And get the curve nearness. Get that. And get it to go into there. And then we will get that to come off. And we will get this at 180 to come into there. And then we will upgrade these. To have the extra lanes on them. There we go, so people are going to be upset for a minute. And hopefully that just means that there's a little bit more sense on this roundabout. Like, instead of these cars stopping for these cars, actually they are understanding. I think you could have solved it with the priorities actually, but it is the case that this area doesn't actually need that fancy wind turbine in the middle with a handcrafted roundabout. I've never actually used the priorities tool. I would imagine I could probably use it. Yeah. I should probably play with that at some point. Right, let's try and finish this off before I have to go and eat some food because I'm getting hungry. I already think about putting my tea in the oven. Let's go this way, shall we, with our little path. The old number 2 pipe. I'm getting some extra plots by doing this. No, I also wish this game had the park DLC stuff in it, which you could build custom parks and whatever. Because not being able to put a park not on a road is a bit annoying. Spend a lot of time moaning about this game. This seems to be a long path I'm putting in. Do you lose track playing the game? Yes. It is one of those games that you can spend a few days before you notice the seasons have changed. It's the benefit of doing it on stream because I have a timer to tell me how long I've been streaming for. It lets me know when it's probably time to finish. Give somebody else a go to stream. There's lots of lots of fiddly work involved in making it look nice. It would be easier if I just gridded it all up. But here's me wanting to make things look pretty. The laptop normally tells you to stop playing. Yeah, I can't imagine. But apparently you can run a 660 something, was it? K City. That it still impresses me. My computer sounds like a plane trying to take off. Yeah, I like making it look pretty. She says as she sticks lots of janky paths in order to fix zoning to exactly how I want. Oh, just about snuck it through. This might have to be the last of these for a while because it is kind of tedious. Can sneak this path up to here. How many of those have I got in this game? Surprisingly, it's only like 350. Because I feel like I spent a lot longer in the game than that. I did look at that yesterday when I was looking at something else. I think that's possibly because I've been playing other games as well. So, and I have rage quit City Skylines 2 a couple of times and not gone back to it for a couple of weeks because the game crashed when I was halfway through building something and it was just upsetting. Brittany. What's going on there? Odd, but I'll allow it. we're doing one little bit there, and then some bits up there. You hate when the game crashes? Me too. Especially when autosave doesn't work. Oh, you stupidly turned autosave off because you were worried about autosave crashing the game. Minutes autosave, that seems sensible. I do have autosave turned on, I believe, now. I do forget to save sometimes. When I'm locked in building. Like that can get connected up that way. Right, come on, we're so close, and I'm really bored of building these paths now. Is that everything? Nope. Ugh, there's always more. That little thing like that there. When you started playing this, you never had autosave on. Spend 5 hours building a city, game crashed, ended up losing everything I had done. Yeah, I have been there, and it is not fun. But you very quickly learn that you should probably put autosave on. Let's have a little quick look at these student accommodations. Lovely and horrible. Right, I'm going to try and quickly put these trees in. And obviously we have to make sure that we're not putting anarchy on, because we'll end up with trees everywhere. Should probably... Do I want to extend that? I should probably, because that's what I'm doing there. Let's ignore that for the minute then. And then I will come back here with this brush. And we will just paint this in here. I'm not putting very many in, but that's okay because these are big trees. I need to get one of those mixed forest brushes too. Mixed tree brushes. Put lots of trees against this factory. Dairy plant. Pine trees, which are a bit smaller. We should probably get a bigger brush. Yeah, it's filling in now because the pine trees are a bit smaller. And I'm leaving this edge here just because I'm going to extend this ballasting further down, just because I feel like it makes it give a little bit extra realism potentially. Helps as an extra little barrier between the train line and the houses, I feel. But yeah, let's quickly just check I did this. I did not. I didn't think I did. So let's just pull this district further down. There we go. So evergreen end is looking very evergreen. And we just need to get our university hooked up. This primary school's filling up. Secondary school's filling up. But I think we are doing well. Kind of got a city of two halves. Yeah, we will save that then. And we will go see if we can find somebody to raid into who's doing something nice. Let's have a quick look at production. Yeah, absolutely perfect. Who's that? Thank you. Right. Twitch. Is anybody doing anything good? Chloe's live. We love Chloe. What are you playing, Chloe? Who is in there? Oh, these are all people we've raided before. Yeah, thank you for being here, Alien Zombie. It's nice chatting with somebody. As we're just chilling out, building. Just trying to see if this person is actually doing something. Let's go here. It's somebody entirely new. But they're playing City Skylines, and they can't be that bad if they're playing City Skylines. But apparently there's a lot more people that I'm not seeing. Just trying to figure exactly the best place to go. Yeah, let's go here. I'm just faffing around, not really knowing where to go. We are gonna go say hi to this person. B. Elvis. Let's go say hi. They're playing City Skylines too, and so we love people who play City Skylines too. But yeah, finally sorted that out, where I was going to go. But thank you, everybody who has been here, for being here. Alien Zombie, thank you for keeping me company for so long as well, my dear. It's been lovely chatting. I will be back definitely on Friday for my usual City Skylines 2 evening after work. I will be building more of this lovely city. But yeah, thank you very much again. Bye bye.